I'm Kate Simpson, and I'm from Washington, and I really like math and science and social studies.
I'm Paige Beckman. I'm from Washington Elementary, just like Kate. I like math, reading, writing.
Great. Would you like us to stand?
Yeah. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Come up here and get your picture taken. How about here? So look at me first. 1, 2, 3. We'll do 1 more. 1, 2, 3. Okay, hearts. All right, roll call. Dan DeVoy.
Present.
Bud Brown.
Here.
Elizabeth Kendall.
Present.
Lisa Mudd.
Here.
Lawrence Wong here. Item 4, approval of today's agenda. Is there a motion to approve today's agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve today's agenda.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Is there a second?
A second.
Thank you, Lisa. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. All right, item 5, celebration for students reclassified as Fluent English Proficient.
Good evening and thank you. We are here tonight to celebrate. We have 74 students in the Burlingame School District that are moving over to be reclassified as Fluent English Proficient. This evening, we have 18 students that have qualified that are here in order to be celebrated in front of the Board of Trustees with their families, and we are very excited to have them. We have 2 of our teachers here tonight. We have Miss Laura McClure. Laura, can you step out real quick? And we also have Miss Amelia Ramos. Thank you, Amelia. Amelia, do you want to read what qualifies a student for that real quick? Do you want to read your script into that mic right there? Or is that your script?
No, this just tells me what I'm doing.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Thank you then. I will go ahead and talk. So student be requalified for Fluent English Proficient. A student has to qualify with a certain score in English and in their primary home language. They also have to have the agreement of their parents and the agreement of their classroom teacher. So we're honored tonight to be celebrating them, which means that they have met the requirement of their home language and in English to be fluent in English to be able to come forward tonight. So they are receiving a medal, and I'm sorry, Rick, do you mind grabbing one of those medals for me right on the table? Can you hold it right in front of that so the people at home can see our celebrate in front of, thank you. Thank you, Principal Yee. So it says, Burlingame School District celebrates multilingualism, and each one of our students will receive that. And it means that each one of our students is being celebrated for speaking more than one language, and they are considered fluent. So it's a great celebratory thing in Burlingame. So thank you. Ms. McClure, are we ready to go ahead and start?
Yeah, so yes, it starts.
Thank you.
Okay.
You want to rotate board members to hand them out?
Oh.
Is that?
Yeah, all right.
All right, I'm Erica Gilbert from Principal at BIS. I am excited to recognize 3 of my students tonight in person, actually 4 in person. The first, John Alves. Shannon Hirota. Hoa Kanamatsu. and Oliver Toe. I'd also like to mention the students that aren't here. Kazim Abuter, Josh Christopher Alday, Camila Ariola, Andrew Barrera, Esme Farron Estrada, Elisa De Silva, Riley Chang, Daniel Dos Santos, Dayanara Labrador, Bursam Kaplan, Foreign Kurt, Asiel Mega, Mitsuki Masuguchi, Kinwen Bang, Maida Terracina, Taku Ono, Altanzui Ogodava, Michael Hernandez, Benjamin Ruiz, Tita Tech, Lucas Tilson, Bat Erden Tuvdendor, Emily Watanabe, and Cheney Yu.
Next, we have Jude Lawrence for Franklin Elementary School.
Hey, gosh, too low for me. Wow. Never happened before. Okay, so I'm gonna congratulate Gideon Brepto. And Ivana Fong. And Isabella Lamb. And Melissa Moran. And the students that couldn't be here this evening are Amir Harumi, Eric Huang, Selena Liao, Theodore Lin, Jonas Linge, and Faxon Liu. You do not get rid of me. I am standing in for Miss Booth this evening for Hoover Elementary. So, and the students couldn't be here with us this evening, so there won't be anybody coming up to the front. And I do apologize if I butcher this name. It's a beautiful name, but I'm not sure I'm going to say it right. It is Ez Abdul Hadi, Jocelyn Wu, and Lucas Zhang.
Next up, we have Principal Laura Abshar from Lincoln.
This is so exciting. This is one of my favorite nights of the year. So we have Kaya Quiboloy. And we also have three additional students. We have Gian Lee, Michael Lee, and Christina Marin.
Principal Joy Schmilly.
Good evening, everyone. I think what I'm most proud of is that we've got some bilingual and multilingual students among us tonight. And we're very proud of them. I have three here and a few that aren't, so we're going to start with those that are. Are you ready? All right, we've got Zay Patiz, Amelia Romanenko, and Jasmine Stewart. Our students that could not make it tonight. Our students that couldn't make it tonight are Maggie Andrea, Luca Cuevas, Chloe Dong, Nikki Fox, Elia Kolenko, Yuki Ota, Carlos Rivas, Peter Svergo, Diego Tafour, Natalia Tarango, and Lucas Tejada. Roosevelt. Mom is Correa.
For Roosevelt tonight, we would love to recognize Strahinia Filipmonovich. I don't see. So for those the students that could not make it tonight, but we still honor Valentina Moncada, R.S. Burke, Igor Drizyanchek, Ismail Elkazaz, Anderson Lopez Utan, Timur Rashidov, and Merve Tura. People from Washington.
All right. Thank you, everybody. And we have 3 students that are here today. Sandra Malari, awesome. Lakari, come on. Matthew Wang. And I misspoke. Sandra's last name is Malty. So it's Sandra Malty, everybody. We give her a hand. And the students that are not here tonight are Mesa Lacrari, Mateo Martinez, and David Rowe.
Thank you. In honor of all 18 students that we have here tonight, we would like to do one large picture at the back, right behind where Principal Afshar is. Principal Afshar, if you could please raise your hand, along with our board members, please. Okay. So 1, 2, 3. Do another one. Okay, so on the eyes are closed. 1, 2, 3. And third time sharp. Ready? Cheeser. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Stay right there. Don't move. Go ahead. Grab some photos. Yeah. Couple more cameras up. Get in the back. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming out. Have a wonderful evening. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you guys. And we're all. Yeah. It's not
I told her the first time I met her. It's okay. We thought it was a good day. I was really not. You remember your car, like, that's well known. I'll count the license.
More minutes from November 8th, 2022, November 6th, 2023, and December 8th, and 2023.
I'll move to approve. I'll second.
All those in favor? Aye. Thank you. Item 7, public statements related to agenda items. That was the question of the Board of Trustees publicly address the board on non-agenda items or agenda items. If you choose to make a public statement, you are present at the meeting. Please complete the blue request to address the Board of Trustees form as provided to the superintendent's assistant. You'll be called upon during the agenda item. If you're virtual and wish to make a public statement, you may email your statement to info@burlingameschools.org. You must submit your statement no later than 12 p.m. on the board meeting day. Your statement will be included. It will not be called upon to read the statement. Please note that comments are limited to 3 minutes. The board president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation depending upon the topic and number of persons wishing to be heard. If your comment is on an item that is not on the agenda, then you will be asked to speak during the public statements related to non-agenda topics at the end of the meeting. If your comment is on an item that is on the agenda, then you will be called on to speak at the time of the agenda item. Item 8, union statement. Burlingame Education Association. Yes. Oh. I saw it over.
Let's sit together so we both get kicked out. It's like, yeah, thanks. Actually, before I speak, is this on?
Yeah.
I'm really loud.
Hello, board members. Say hi to Peyton.
First, before I represent the Lollipop Kids, or actually our staff, I want to thank you, Mama, for taking over the ship again. You know, we're in good hands. You know how I feel about it. And I'm just, glad to say, but thank you for being here for us. So, she's an Oakland A fan. That's the only strike against her. Now I don't worry about it so much. I am going to talk about 2 things that have come up at our school sites, and one, I'm representing the primary grades. I want to start with theirs. They're hoping for the 3 days in the fall, beginning of the year, to assess income, their students. And so something they've had in the past, and they're hoping to get again. And the thing I'm really talking about is kind of the timing is funny, Marla, because you sent a lovely email to us about the substitute situation. And I just wanted to actually thank all the hard work that our principals and our secretaries are going through trying to get substitute teachers. I think for us as teachers, dividing up classes it affects 3 rooms. It affects the kids who are divided and the two teachers who receive them. And it affects the kids. And then putting aides or special teachers, specialists into the classroom it also impacts our kids. I know we can't get substitute teachers out of thin air though. So it's that crux. Having been teaching in Burlingame at Lincoln for 37 years, our past practice, this is where you say I don't look. Matt, you're supposed to say, Becky, you don't look like you're teaching that. But anyway, past practice was we always, if someone is ill, they have a substitute teacher. If we have PD, which we have really enjoyed this past one, we did have some of us just couldn't go if we didn't have enough guest teachers. So in my case, I have 3 5th grade, the 3 of us teach 5th grade, 2 would go, I would stay behind, and 1 of us would stay behind and we get together and talk about what we learned. I don't know the answer to our substitute situation, but I am hoping that we can, so it doesn't fall on the principals and secretaries, and then doesn't fall on the teachers who have to say, oh my goodness, okay, I have 30 5th graders and I'm going to divide up and get 15 more. I don't want to give them patterns. So thank you for listening. Thank you, everyone there, and thank you, Paula.
I'm gonna get these meeting times straight sometime before the end of the year. I made it this time. I think this is the 3rd time I've gotten it wrong because all these floating starting times. So my name is Brian. I'm the transitioning president of the Burlingame Education Association, and I hope that all of you had an opportunity to see one of the wonderful winter concerts, and I don't know if you've shared out yet, what you've been up to, but I know a lot of you were able to visit those, and I think you will agree with me that the quality of those performances was top notch, and it was first rate, and that even though the teachers get credit, but all I do is get the kids to chorus class. That's the only credit that I should take, but those music teachers are incredible. They're doing a wonderful job. So I'm here again to promote and propose, and hopefully that I think that you're going to realize that it's a really important to offer these teachers tenure, because with the passing of Proposition 28 and $1 billion going into California state funding of arts and music instruction, every school district around is going to be hiring music teachers soon, and springtime's going to come. And those teachers are going to go to jobs that offer them permanent employment and job security and tenure. I've talked to many of the music teachers and the PE teachers. I think we should do it for both groups. And every single one of them says if they could get permanent status at another district, that they would move there. And I think it's kind of ironic that we're one of the only districts in the area that promotes and has provided quality music program. Ever since I've been in the district for 25 years, it's always been funded. And but the state never funded it. Now the state's going to be funding it. We're going to have a really hard time finding teachers if we don't offer these positions as tenure. I hope you consider that and know that you have to act now, and we need to get this done. And this is, as I said before, what Greg Danis has told me, this is the board decision. It's not a negotiable item. He refuses to negotiate that with us. If it is a negotiated item, VEA is ready to start the action going right now to make this a reality. So I hope you understand the importance and the speed that this needs to be done. Okay. All right. Thanks.
Thank you. Item 9, statement of a principal. It's pretty.
Hi, everyone, board members and audience. So I do have a quick principals report. I want to echo what Brian said about the winter concert. It was my first, and it was phenomenal. It was just so wonderful to be able to hear the kids and to see the performance. I think having the auditorium open, which seemed like Herculean work, to be able to make that a reality was a fantastic thing. It was a real gift for us. I think it was the first time that Washington, or maybe anybody, has had a concert there since 2019. And it was just delightful. I did want to also give some kudos to Renee Canto Adams, our music teacher, for being able to put on such an incredible performance. It was fun to perform with the kids because I got to play saxophone with them. But it was also amazing to listen to their choir performance and just to see the joy that our kids are able to engage in fine arts across the district. It's amazing. Professional development continues throughout the district as well. Last week, we had Jess Wires working at several sites, again, Washington included. He is based at Stanford. The work that he does is fantastic. It's engaging. We work predominantly with our 3rd through 5th grade teachers. He provided demo lessons, and it was just a fantastic. We had a half day with him, and that time was incredibly well spent and rewarding for our teachers. And I think our kids are also going to benefit from that as well. I wanted to give some props to our maintenance and facilities team. They've been incredibly responsive. They come out whenever they're needed. They have been working. They've been working quite a lot. I know what's happening right there. Just all around the clock to make sure, and especially as the weather gets cooler, sometimes our heating systems go out and things. They are out there early in the morning. They stay out late, even with BIS, trying to make sure the auditorium was warmer for the audiences, and making that happen was fantastic. And last but not least, the BIS Blue Ribbon Party is Friday night at 6:30 at the Burlingame Rec Center. And the community is all invited. And so we would love to have everybody come. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Statement of Marla Silversmith, interim superintendent.
Thank you. I just want to take a quick moment to echo the concerts. They've been a lot of fun. We've all been attending them through the district. The auditorium is gorgeous. The bond money has brought that place to life. It's beautiful. I can't wait to see the spring concerts when all the lights are going in, the sound systems, the musical. It's gonna be amazing to see all of that, and not just the music, but to see the students working the equipment and all of the components that they can learn from and continue to develop. So that's been great to see. And our music teachers, it's been great, and to see all of our staff there. It's been great to see all the teachers in the evening, spending their time working with the kids, acting parts in our principals and the roles. It's been fun. And then also just thank you to everybody. It's been a lot, and everybody's been very welcoming being at the sites. It's been a lot of fun and just being present. So I appreciate all of that as we continue to go through. It's an exciting time seeing kids in pajamas and walking around. It's been wet, it's been cold, and it's been a lot of rainy day recesses and substitute sharing. It's been great hearing about the Jeff's Weirs and all of the professional learning as Principal Yee talked about. And I was at some sites today and hearing teachers talk about the authentic communication and how they brought it into math and works around the different components. He did spend all last week with us, half days at sites, coaching in classrooms and flipping lessons. So that's been really neat. So the professional learning's been pretty awesome to see firsthand. So again, it's been a great couple of weeks of learning and just being with students. So thank you.
Great, thank you, Marla. So now we're on statements from board members. Dan, let's start with
Nothing to report.
Doug.
Just report that I attended the California School Board Association conference in San Diego with a couple other board members and staff to continue my education about being a board member as a relatively new one. So found that to be very useful, and also just wanted to thank Marla for your stepping up to guide us through what's a challenging time, and acknowledge that there are a lot of questions, and we just ask everyone to be patient and support Marla so we can continue to focus on the kids, teachers, and education. So thank you, community, for support there and the patience.
Elizabeth.
Yes, I echo what I've said. And I also report out. Dan and I went to an owners meeting, and we got updates on the multiple projects going on, and I'm very grateful to be working with such thoughtful staff. It's not challenging having this many projects going at the same time. It's a blessing, and I know it's also difficult at the site sometimes, especially with basketball season underway now. Yeah, so I'm just really glad to see all the progress that's been made, and we're seeing some of that in the meeting tonight. And again, as part of like the owners meeting updates, it's great to go to the auditorium for the band concerts and see that progress there, and see in person, you know, all the things that we've been talking about for this past year. The concerts were amazing. I got to the jazz concert and also the Notebooks concert with Florence, see the staff there. And then I did not go to the CSBA meeting, but I represented us at the tree lighting ceremony. I also got to see the choir and band perform there as well, and it was very festive. That's it.
Lisa.
I was also at CSBA. It was a great learning opportunity, and it always is, but I really enjoyed all of my classes that I was able to attend this session. I also had the opportunity to McKinley, which was a wonderful visit. It was a perfect snapshot of the day in the life of principal and teachers and all of the loveliness and goodness that happened. And I would just like to wish everyone a very happy and healthy winter break. And an appreciation for Marla for stepping in as interim superintendent.
Thank you. So I attended the CSBA conference as well in San Diego, and I took away from there, there were a lot of sessions on mental health of students. So certainly, and then I attended a lot of those, so that's certainly top of mind for me, and I know that our students, staff, but even all of us here on the board, we're all still kind of recovering from the whole COVID mess and all the things we've been through in the last 2.5 years. And we still have a lot of work to do for all of us to start kind of feeling normal again, but we're getting there. So that's really good. I also attended the first annual, I guess, BCE endowment celebration. They were celebrating that they crossed the $1 million mark for their endowment, and their goal is to reach 2 million. So it's in your checkbooks and give to the endowment. It's for a good cause. And like everyone said, thank you, Marla, for stepping up to the interim position. Really appreciate it. And you know, we've already seen you do it before, and you did a wonderful job. You know, expect the same thing, and you know, you have all our support. Okay, so now we move on to item 12, organizational meeting, part 1. We're gonna do the
All right, the oath of officers. This evening, we have 3 people to be sworn in. We have trustee Florence Wong. We have. Let's see, sorry, there's so many blue folders from this evening. Trustee Florence Wong. I'm happy to swear you in.
Okay. Are we gonna do it all separately?
Are we doing it separate?
Sure.
Separate or, okay?
In case someone else is swearing them in, so yeah.
No. Would you like to be sworn in separately or together?
Together.
I think she gets.
Together, all right.
It's, you know, yeah, let's just. We just have to put our.
Which please.
Put it right down.
All right, you're gonna repeat after me. Oh, you have one in hand. All right, please repeat after me. I. Thank you. Do solemnly swear or affirm
Do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support and defend the Constitution
that I will support and defend the Constitution
of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California
of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against
all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
that
I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I will take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
that I
that I
take this
obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
and I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
and I will well
faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Great to be back.
It's great to have you.
Good my ears.
We have for each of you these lovely certificates of election from Merck Church. Passing down.
Thank you. All right, so item B, discussion regarding duty of officers. Is everyone pretty clear what the duties of the president and the clerk and the secretary of the board are? Vice president. The vice president is simply the sub in for the president. The president is not available. Any questions about the duties? All right. So now election of officers. So often we'll do this like a slate, and someone can just make a motion to place someone in president, vice president, clerk, and secretary. Would anybody like to make that motion?
Sure, and I hope I get this right. I move that Lisa Mudd be nominated as president of the Burlingame Board of Trustees for next year. I move that Elizabeth Kendall be nominated as Vice President of the Burlingame Board of Trustees for next year. And I move that I, Doug Brown, be nominated as Clerk of the Burlingame School Board of Trustees for next year. And finally, I move to appoint the superintendent or the interim superintendent as be named as secretary of the board.
Okay, is there a second?
Do we need to say?
Oh,
Yeah, specifically Marla Silversmith as the interim superintendent.
okay, is there a second?
A second.
Dan, all those in favor? Aye. Great. Now. We'll have an official reshuffling. And take their name tag. Oh, here's their good. Oh, right.
So do we wanna, should we reach out to the board, maybe do the, okay, so we're just gonna take a quick 3-minute break while we wait for our teachers who will be coming in to receive their permanent status. Is everyone here?
We're good.
Okay, so moving on to human resources, part 1, 13A, resolution 2022/23-20. Teachers moving to permanent status. BSD will be recognizing teachers that are moving to permanent status within the district.
Good evening and thank you. We are very excited tonight to be bringing forward teachers that are moving to permanent status in the Burlingame School District. We are excited tonight to have 8 teachers in the Burlingame School District that have moved to permanent status. This is an honor to earn this, to be moved to permanent status. That means that you have been here and that you have received outstanding evaluations. Burlingame hires and retains the best and the brightest, and we are excited to have you here this evening. The board is honored to have you in celebration, and your principals too. We will be calling you up by name. We have certificates for you. We also have the Burlingame BSD Superstar Award paperweight. That if you you laugh, but these are coveted. Ask the people around, there are those of us that have them. And so we will be calling you by name. Ms. Tiktakis will be calling you by name. We will hand you your certificate and trust in, oh, excuse me, President Mudd. I'm the first one that gets to say that. President Mudd will hand you your star, and then we will also have a picture.
I think we need to vote on the resolution first.
Oh, yes, and it has to be read.
Yes, yes. You want
Okay.
to
I don't have it.
just something like teachers?
I saw them in the teachers' names.
Where's it?
Okay. Their actual names.
No, just say teacher.
Okay. Teachers to permanent status, whereas there is evidence that teachers support the mission, goals, and objectives of the district and school. And whereas there is evidence that teachers have the knowledge and expertise to assure student success in progressing towards curricular goals. And whereas there is evidence that teachers promote an effective learning environment where all students, regardless of race, gender, or ability, are treated with dignity and respect. Whereas there is evidence that teachers use a variety of instructional techniques and strategies to motivate students and to individualize learning. And whereas there is teachers that maintain a positive role model for students. And whereas there is evidence that teachers is a credit to the teaching profession and to the Burlingame School District. And whereas there is evidence teachers have earned the status of permanent master teacher who is able and has the responsibility to help other teachers, especially those with less experience. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education approves teachers to a permanent master teacher in the Burlingame School District with all the rights and responsibilities inherent therein. Passed and adopted by the Board of Trustees. We have to go first.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so do we have a motion to move teachers to permanent status?
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2022/23-20, teachers moving to permanent status.
All those in favor? Aye.
Great. First up is Angelica Cadden from BIS. Angelica, you'll just wait right there because we're going to do a group photo at the end. Thank you. Next is Sanjana Chand. Next is Marie Claire Laka. Next up is Sonia Madabushi. Next is Myrna Mora. Next is Alyssa Aikida.
There you go, there you go.
Next is Joseph Olsamindi. And last but not least, we went in alphabetical order. So Anita Pachetti. So actually, I'm going to go this way because I can be like
Kristen, you want to see what you can do there?
Sure. Why don't you want to go back? Is that what you were saying? And then we'll come back there, or you want to come over here?
They were just saying that we should go up.
So great.
Just
Yep. So far.
No, I guess.
Okay, I can get you all. So look right here first, because this is the picture that's going on Instagram. So I want one. Great. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Let's do it again. 1, 2, 3, and one more just in case. 1, 2, 3. Now don't move because I got everyone around the cameras. Got him? All right, congratulations.
Oh, no, space. No, space. There you go.
Okay, we're moving on to item item 14, recognition of outgoing board members. Oh, I'll just wait a second. All right, so we count.
Oh, I didn't get for you and then.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
No, 684. Still better.
Okay, moving on to item 14, recognition of outgoing president.
All right.
On behalf of the Burlingame School District, President Wong, I guess now Trustee Wong, we would like to thank you. After working with our library and media specialists, we have picked out some very special books that will be going into our libraries. Outrun the Moon by Stacy Lee will be going to BIS. Blanca Floor will be going to the McKinley Library. The Piano Recital, which has beautiful artwork. So, and El Oso El Piano, El Perro y El Violin. I should have had Maestro Camden and Maestro Moro pronounce those for us before I try and read those books. Sorry, we were talking about the beautiful books that we bought that will be going to our libraries in honor of Trustee Wong. So all of these will be in our libraries. There will be a set going to each school with a placard in your name. So thank you for all that you've done for us for the last year, and again, as another year of president. So thank you for all of your support and your dedication to our district. And we know you'll still be doing it as a trustee, but we appreciate your leadership over the last year. So thank you.
Yes, it's my pleasure, and I appreciate the honor of having these books in our site library.
Lauren, I just wanna, I'm sure everybody would have loved to take this word, but I just wanted to thank you for being such a steadfast leader. It's been a very wonderful year learning from you. You're always very balanced and neutral, always available for a call to listen.
help guide and to teach and mentor. And 8 years of continuity on this board. And by the time you finish your service, it'll be 10 years. And that is just an incredibly, just selfless public servant that you are. And you are also our collector of historical wisdom. So thank you.
Thank you, Florence. Thank you for keeping us grammatically correct. It really has been a lot better. You've done a great job this year. We're glad to have you. It seems like just yesterday you were my vice president. Thank you so much. It's a lot of work being the president. Really appreciate all you've done this school year. It's more work than people think. Perfect.
Yeah, thank you, Florence. It's been a pleasure. And thank you for agreeing to work with us for 2 more years as well.
And I just want to say thank you for all the guidance and mentorship since I came on to this board. If you thought I knew what I was doing, I didn't. Florence was just helping me along the way. So thank you.
All right, moving on to item 15A, board committee assignments for 2023. This is a discussion item. And I believe that everyone is going to stay in their, I'm just passing these down to you for, just so that you can see the notes that I said. I think that most people are staying in their roles, but I just want to go through this and confirm that there will be a couple changes. So Trustee Brown, I have you as the BCE rep. Okay, and I have myself down as the alternative. Bond Oversight Committee, I have you again, Trustee Brown, and Trustee Kendall. Does that work for you? Okay, and the alternative. BSD Board Liaison, that is a role that traditionally the president takes, so I will move into that role. And an alternative is needed. Would anyone be willing to be the alternative? Okay, yeah. Trustee Du Bois. Okay, City District Liaison. This is a committee that is traditionally the acting president and the former president. So that would be Trustee Wong and myself with Trustee Du Bois as the alternative. That works. Okay. District Advisory Committee. Trustee Wong, this is from 9 to 11. I was wondering if that would be okay with you to take that one.
Yeah, because that would never be the same Tuesday as the PTA council, and that's the one.
Right.
And it's actually not once a month anymore. It's like 3 times a year.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, I can turn.
Okay. Okay, and we need an alternative for that. Anyone be able to take that on? I know that would come. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, you can put me down, but we'll typically have conflicts. But
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, so maybe I can put Doug in down. All right, DLAC, I have Du Bois moving back into that role and Trustee Wong as alternative. Trustee Wong, did that work for you?
That's fine.
H.J. Burns, this is the role that is traditionally the president and the vice president. So does that work for you, Kendall? Trustee Kendall. Okay, Jedi, we will rotate. And the owners committee, and I have Trustee Kendall and Trustee Du Bois. Okay, and I put myself as, I just moved us all basically in all or not alternate roles into those. PTA council, we do need someone for PTA council. Is there anyone that would be able to take on that role?
You can only do it every other month because it coincides with a like
Another,
I've already committed to. So if someone's willing to split it with me. So
I could do it, but I don't know if I could commit past. I could do it. I don't know if I could commit past May or June though.
okay,
So we might have to reevaluate.
okay. So can I put you and Trustee Wong down for now, and
Yes.
perhaps we'll revisit it in the spring?
Yep, sure.
As alternating, and then you guys can decide how.
Yeah, whatever.
Okay.
It's fine.
Okay. And trustee Brown, I have you as an alternate. Okay, as on the SBA, I have a rotation on that. We don't have dates for that, but once I have them, I'll share those. And district rep for county committee, school districts, I have myself.
Yeah, and the CSBA meetings are really just like, they send out a thing, you say you want to go,
And
and if there's a dinner, there is one, you just tell Kirsten. She gets you a ticket to it. I don't really think we like assigned ourselves to go in the past.
Okay,
So just, if you want to go, just, but Kirsten.
but only 2 of us can go. So, oh,
It's like
okay,
CSBA.
okay, so it doesn't necessarily even need to be a committee.
It really doesn't.
Yeah, we could talk
We,
about.
why don't we
removing it.
remove that?
Yeah, let's just remove it because it doesn't make sense.
Okay. Does that work for everyone? That was just a discussion item, so we don't need to vote on it. So,
That's it, but did we have members for the Jedi meeting dates?
oh, I do have that. I have it all typed up and I can send that to you. Everyone has the date set. Perfect. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item 15B, board meetings for 2023-2024. This is a vote. Yes, I was just gonna ask if everyone had a chance to look at the date.
I was just, why are there 2 meetings in June so close together?
It's June 11th and June 18th of 20.
Budget to be done by June 30th.
And then no meeting in July, correct?
Okay, and I would, the only thing I was gonna say is don't think I would be at the April 9 meeting, but that was similar to this year, and we just said, okay, we have a quorum and we move forward, but just. So you might not think I would be at the April 9.
Okay.
Unless everyone else.
Okay, would anyone like to make a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve these meeting dates for 23-24.
Okay, would anyone like to second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, moving on to the consent agenda. Does anyone have anything from the consent agenda that they would like to pull? No, okay, would anyone like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Okay,
Second.
okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, moving on. So I think I need to stay on here. Moving on to item number 17. 17A, students speaking English as an additional language update. This is an informational item.
Thank you. This evening we have Laura McClure, one of our English language specialists, and Amelia Ramos, one of our English language development humanities teachers from BIS. You're welcome to say anything on that. Who are take the mic and yeah, it's going to grab the mic. Who are going to be presenting tonight are students speaking English as an additional language and multilingualism for Burlingame.
Hello. I'm Laura McClure and I'm the EL specialist for the district. My main job is to test the children for summative and short outcome. And last year for summative, we tested 372 students. And for the initial this past fall, we tested 141 students so far. So, there we go. Oh, there you go. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so for students to be tested in our district, the avenue for that is the home language survey. So when students are registered for school, parents fill out the home language survey and they're asked 4 questions. Which language did your child learn when he or she first began to talk? Which language does your child most frequently use at home? Which language do you, the parents or guardians, most frequently use when speaking with your child? And which language is most often spoken by adults in the home? If the answer to any of the first three questions is other than English, the student must be assessed for English proficiency within 30 days of the first day of school. That's the initial LSAT. Okay, so based on the home language survey, there are 39 languages spoken in Burlingame School District in addition to English. And on the screen is the list of all of the languages that have come through the home language survey. So when the languages are put into groups, Spanish or Latin speaking languages are in the green, and it's stayed pretty steady for the past 10 years. The Cantonese is the lavender, and Mandarin is the orange, and Russian is blue, and Portuguese yellow. So we've seen a little more Mandarin speaking students and Portuguese speaking students in the past few years. And when those groups are categorized together, we see that the white is the lavender line, and it's gone down a little bit. And those languages are Russian and Portuguese. Some of the Portuguese families identify as white, and some identify as Hispanic or Latin. The blue is the Asian, so that's the Cantonese and Mandarin, and that's gone up a little bit in the past few years. And Hispanic has stayed pretty steady over the past few years. That's the orange line. Okay. Is it on? Yeah. Yes.
So students who scored 4 in the summative LPAC in the spring. So this year we had 74 students that we RFET. Students learning English as an additional language as of November 29th of this year is 428. Students who are classified as IFET, initial English proficient, fluent English proficient, is 51. Our current long-term English learners, our LTELs in Burlingame School District, is currently 25, and we've broken them down by grade level. At 7th grade, we have 15. In 8th grade, we have 10. The current number of students being monitored closely because they are at risk of becoming LTELs, that number is 42. Also broken down by grade level, we have 4th grade with 8, 5th grade with 19, 6th grade with 11, 7th grade with 2, and 8th grade with 2. And these numbers are aggregated by grade level to protect student rights.
Could you say something about the initial fluent English proficient? Because I think some of the newer trustees probably don't know what that means.
Sure. So when the parents fill out the home language survey and the student is identified as speaking a language other than English in their homes, the students would receive what's called an initial LPAC assessment. There are 4 categories to that assessment: speaking, listening, reading, and writing. And the writing portion is included with grades 2 and up, not for kindergartners or first graders. So the students will receive that assessment by a proctor. And the results of that would be into 3 different categories. They would score at either newcomer level, an intermediate level, or what we call an IFEP level or well-developed level. So in order to get to that level, they have to score a 450 points up to 600 points. So if they're in that range of IFEP, then they would be initially classified as fluent English proficient.
So in the past, there was a complaint by some of the parents because they would indicate like, yeah, when the kid was 1 or 2, we spoke Spanish at home, but since then the kid speaks English all the time. And so they really should not be taking the LPAC because it's actually quite onerous to go through it. And they used to have to test out a bit like over the years. So eventually, I guess the state must have changed it, right? Where you could immediately test out a bit in that initial IFEP, which is like fairly recent because of that.
And we have, Ms. Ramos, we have what, 30 days once a child starts school to give the initial.
Correct.
As soon as they register, we have to give it within 30 days.
That's correct. So I briefly mentioned our LTALs are long-term English language learners. They are defined as an English learner who is enrolled in grades 6 through 12. They have been enrolled in school in the United States for more than 6 years and have remained at the same English level proficiency for 2 or more consecutive years, as determined by the state's annual English language development test. A student at risk of becoming an LTAL is an English learner who is enrolled in grades 3 through 12, has been enrolled in schools in the United States for 4 to 5 years, and has either scored at the intermediate level on the LPAC, or for grades 3 through 9 has scored at the standard not meet level on the CAASPP ELA in the prior year. In terms of next steps for the Burlingame School District, the data is reviewed at each school site for all students learning English as an additional language. This includes the breakdown of students at risk of becoming LPELs and create targeted individual intervention and instructional plans. Teachers monitor and adjust newly adopted English language development curriculum with the involvement of their site principals. Implementation, including assessments components for grades TK through 8. They review and update the student learning English as an additional language master plan to ensure it aligns with the California English Learner Roadmap, which is on the website with the California Department of Education.
Thank you, Ms. Clara and Ms. Ramos. That was really informative. Anyone have any questions?
Yeah, so for the LTELs, so yeah, the LTELs, are you finding that the students are just as, like, they struggle as much in their own language, their native language as English? Like maybe it's a reading issue or a language development issue versus a specifically problem learning English?
That's a great question. I think all the students have different individual needs, and so we have to look at it on a case-by-case basis. Sometimes that is the case where they have learning challenges in both languages, but it's not the case for everybody. So I think it's really important when the staff sits down and looks at the students. Any questions? Okay, great. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, we're going to be moving on now to item 17B, 2022 California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress, CAASPP scores or results. And this is also an informational item. And I don't know who is.
Okay, good evening and thank you. I will be presenting tonight on the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress. The California State Assessments on Student Progress take place in different areas, including English language arts, math, science tests in 5th and 8th grade, and then also the Spanish assessment in grades 3 through 8, and that is taken for our dual language programs. It also is the California Alternative Assessment Test for students that are on modified curriculum. So those are students that are in what historically have been called our moderate to severe programs. Specifically tonight, we'll be talking about English language arts and science tests. We're still pulling out our Spanish assessment scores. And then our students that take the CA or the alternative assessment, there are so few that it would actually really identify students. So we're not showing that publicly. So this is just one single data point that's used for information for our LCAP, for our school plans for student achievement at our site levels and then at our district levels. It's given through the CBE. It does go on our dashboard. It will go into our SARCs, so our school accountability report cards, which are always in the rear. And any of their components. And it is just considered going forward after the pandemic, they are using the 2021 as current baseline. So that is something to be considered as we go through it.
Can you elaborate on what that means base-wise? What does it mean to be the baseline?
So historically, we would look at years past as a baseline, but since the pandemic, because of the tests were changed, so as we go through it, this will actually talk about it. Due to remote and hybrid learning, the CD actually changed the test, the physical test. They shortened it. They made changes. So for the 2021, they made multiple choice questions. They were reduced by 50%. The performance tests were longer. Problem solving exercises were kept intact. So because of that, they changed the test enough that the 2021 is now what they're considering the new baseline for CAASPP tests. So the test back, they're saying we're so different that we shouldn't use that as our baseline going forward. So 2021 tests are what we should be using for our baseline to compare going forward.
Okay, and who did you say made that decision?
CDE is what they're saying that we should use it for.
Okay.
So and we will still be using the short test for 22-23 school year.
Will it go back to a longer version in the future?
I have not heard that. They're still telling us that I have not heard that from the testing people that we've talked to.
Okay.
So for our 22 grade level performance in ELA, you will see that for all grades, because we only test grades 3 through 8, the county and state has an asterisk because they test 3 through 12. You will see the purple mark is the county and the red mark is the state. So you can see where 3rd grade through 8th grade is marked. So blue is where we have exceeded and green is where we have met. So you want less red and yellow. You want to have more green and blue. So Burlingame, for instance, percent met or exceeded in 3rd grade, 76% of our students, 0.1, met or exceeded for ELA. Whereas county was 55.1 and state was 42.2. For math for 3rd grade, it was 75.2, whereas for county it was 58.7, and for state it was 43.5. For 22 male female, so if we extracted our male and female groups for ELA, you will see that our females overall in grades 3 through 8 when grouped together did better on ELA and also did better on math.
You know, Marla, the difference between the female and male student scores is significantly different, or is it just, you know, we can see the difference, but it's not
right.
So we need to dive into.
So on our internal, when we started digging deeper, it's interesting that you asked that. So on our internal, when we were digging a little bit further on it, actually. The notes here we have. I actually don't have the percentages. I just have where it shifts, but not percentages. I would have to pull the percentages to see if it's significant. I don't have the significance, the drop in it, to tell you. So I know.
It'd be interesting to see if, like, there is something we can focus on for our boys' students.
Also, there's a shift over the grades, right?
Right.
So when does that happen?
So we did pull the shift in grades, and that is actually in grades 3 through 5, the males performed better in math with a shift in 6th grade, where the females performed better in grades 6 through 8.
So this is all consolidated, which tells you they're even more.
Right.
If that's averaged together, so there's really
Right.
big difference.
Right.
Well, and I mean, I have read that sometimes traditional schooling is part of last movement. I don't know if that, I don't know if that's something to consider, but.
But in ELA, you saw it same with all the grades. I mean, it was always grades.
Right, in math, I mean, so For ELA, there's no shift in females. They did better in all grades, but in grades 3 through 5, the males performed better in math with the shift in 6th grade, where females performed better in 6 through 8. So that's where we saw the shift. Exactly.
Right, so the girls in 6 to 8 are doing a lot better.
A lot better.
Because this is
Mhm.
even.
Exactly. Yeah. Right. Right. So it'd be interesting to look at significance with that.
Right, like specifically at BIS.
Right. And it'll be interesting with the schedule changes this year specifically that were implemented at BIS with advisory. To see with connections, I mean, I think it'll be interesting to see what changes that they've made. The new curriculum this year, and now that we've truncated the maths, the 7/8s, it'll be interesting to see what changes there are. And then as we go forward with algebra, in person versus ingenuity too, to see what changes there are.
Have you seen anything about gender differences as a result of the pandemic itself? I'm guessing online learning being a different experience.
Yes, I'm sure.
That's
an interesting question.
That might,
I can
let's look at this year.
Right, yes, I can say that there's definitely some people that I'm sure have some anecdotal stuff that I wouldn't, I mean, I would think we didn't have the full. Right. With regards to different, especially around discipline and other items too.
Yeah, I think it'd just be interesting to see how this compared to before. So before the pandemic, you see this shift. But anyway, it is what it is now, so. Can we move?
Okay. The mean scale, so 15, here you go, the 2015 to 2022 mean scales by race and ethnicity. So you will again see the scores for, and you, as you see, the 2020 is not there. So 2019, there's a skip in 2020 and then 2021, 22 for mean scores by race and ethnicity, CAASPP, ELA, and then math.
And what's concerning is that every ethnicity is improved on this year.
And is this where the prior years are not
Hispanic.
comparable? Before 20, you were saying that before 2021 should be a
2021
base
should be
year.
the baseline going forward, correct?
Did they try to, scale it so that it's comparable?
So
I mean, do we,
they're saying because the tests changed, that's
Yeah.
why we have to count 2021 as the baseline going forward.
hopefully they tried to score it on a similar scale so that it's comparable. I mean, so we can tell something from these trends. I mean, it's not surprising the directional lines during COVID, right? And some recovery this year. But it's two different tests.
So it's a totally, yeah, it's a totally different test. So they
Yeah.
truncated it, they make the test questions different, they lessened it, what they say is that the number of multiple choice questions were different. I feel like I'm forgetting the one point. It was shortened by 1.5 to 2 hours depending on the grade. That's a significant difference in the test, the actual test itself. So because of that, they're saying that you can't even compare the 2021 test to the 2019 test.
Right.
That was actually given. And the other thing is that a lot of the districts didn't give it themselves. You had a choice. We chose to give it the year that we came back, which also means that when we compare it, we can compare it ourselves, but we also had some students that were taking it at home. We had some students that were taking it through long-term independent study. So they were taking it in their homes, not necessarily in schools. It was a different setting. We had the hybrid situation where we had 12 in a class when they were taking it. So there were so many different factors that year that we also have to take all of that into consideration too. It was not normal testing years.
Yeah, but if we just compare the apples to apples, right, 21 to, then we need to be concerned about the Hispanic students in that.
Absolutely, yes.
I have a follow-up about that. As we all just said, the one blue line goes down now, but that same group of students look to slightly increase in English language arts. And so that narrows the scope of the issue in my mind to math. And I know this question you may not have had a chance to dig into because there's been personnel changes, so if you may get back to me, feel free to say that. But what do you attribute that to with math, with the Hispanic Latino group, and what can we do to turn it around?
Yes, that's a great question, trustee DeWoy. So a couple things I can tell you. So the scores just came out, so we are digging deeper. The month of January, we're actually doing data talks at every single school site. So historically, prior to the pandemic, I was just talking about this today. We did data talks at every site where we would go out and we dig data with the site, and we will continue to do that. So a couple of things that we've already kind of talked about is thankfully we have some new curriculum. There were changes. We had a math coach. Previously, we had some different onboarding of math curriculum. We now have new curriculum. I think that that's an exciting thing to watch. We'll have some assessments to look at. That was the time when we had iReady. We were going through bridge curriculum times when you think about it. So historically, prior to that, we were very strong in one type of curriculum. During that time, we were bringing on online curriculum and platforms, looking around at different items, going through adoptions. Now that this is the first year, this year is the first year where we have a solid curriculum, iReady K2 and IM3 algebra. So I think that this will be the first year that we'll really see solid curriculum across our district to see what that looks like going forward. I don't know that that's the answer. That's one question I have. I think that it'll be interesting to see when we go out to sites to hear kind of that firsthand data from our principals and from our teachers. Those are some of the things that we see when we start to look at and take it apart. But I'm not sure why it's just in one area too, to be honest with you.
When you look across the other charts, it's it seems to be the middle school level, right? It's Hispanic and then also students with disabilities.
That's so when you look at the next chart, it actually aligns exactly with EL and SOUD, which is concerning.
Yeah, and then in a couple slides back, it was the 7th and 8th graders. So
It's almost the exact overlay.
Will we have an opportunity for any assessment before next year's test to see if any of the measures you discussed, such as the new curriculum, are having an impact, or will we have to wait until the same test next year?
So one of the things that there's an assessment committee right now that's looking at, so IM math does not have benchmark like assessments. So that's one of the things that they're looking at is what should they adopt for benchmark assessments. So they're currently looking at different ones, but to adopt across the district. So once they have those, that's something that they can look for. iReady has a specific check-in system. So we, as a board, you're asking for like to look at check-in systems throughout. Is that what you're asking? Sorry.
No, I was just asking if there's anything already in place for assessment that shows if some of the measures we've taken, such as a new curriculum, are working for this same group of students, and to get those results before next year's test. So for example, individual classrooms or grade levels, other math assessments they do throughout the year.
Like formative and summative assessments throughout. So they do unit tests that are done throughout. There's checks and balances in the classroom throughout the year where they're checking to see if students are making progress. They also have access to like pre-tests for CAASPP that they can do. But their overall like trimester assessments and stuff is what the assessment committee is looking at in grades 3 through 8 right now, to align with the new IM curriculum. That's what they're tasked with trying to find at the moment, and then an overall assessment platform for it too.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I think it's also notable that when they talk about like statewide, how the students did with the pandemic and all that, I think in general, students got worse in math, right? Because it was math in particular seems to really need that in-person lesson. For a lot of our kids. I mean, we kind of bucked the trend a little with some of our groups actually not having learning loss in math. But what was also notable was that in English language arts, when they looked at students across the state that identified as Hispanic or Latino, they did better over the pandemic in English language arts. So the question is, Like, what was it about being at home and being able to learn, English language arts at home was actually better for, doing well. So that's also, I think, something we should look at too, is like, how come the students do better? Like, what elements do we need to adopt now going forward that were introduced specifically because of the pandemic? We don't have to check everything because there were actually some benefits.
I think that's very well said, and one potential source of information is, I know a lot of schools are forming parent groups, there's a PTA subdivisions, Latino parents groups. Do we at a district level or through individual sites check in with those different committees of parents to say, how's math going for your kid, how's your family?
So we actually have the LFN through the LCAP, and actually there's an article going out in the next newsletter looking for a co-facilitator, because we've always ran it as a district level, and we want parents to join with us through co-facilitation, so it's not just the district leading that. The last couple of years it's been in hybrid and it hasn't been very well attended, but this year we're bringing it back in person to bring parents back together. And we've done a lot of it historically around literacy, but a couple of the math nights that we had were well attended, but more so it was, there was a lot more around literacy. So bringing them back with math and science too. We had a couple science kids around it too. So yeah.
I think that's a great idea because math really builds foundationally. And if you miss 1 year because of work or COVID or whatnot, it's really hard to make that up in a way you can by reading more, right? So that's a big challenge.
Right. The other thing to note too is, interestingly enough, that math is the only program at BIS that is not co-taught. It's the only sheltered program at BIS for specialized academic instruction. So all of the ELA classes at BIS, there is a co-taught offering, but in math there is not. So it's the only sheltered program still. So that's something that as we look at these scores, we also need to be aware of and think about, is there a way to do some co-taught math programs for students with disabilities? To be able to have that rigor and that academic language, because the CAASPP tests have that rigor and that academic language. So that's something we also need to be thinking about when we're looking at the scores and thinking about students too and their needs. And making sure we're offering a whole gamut.
Yeah, do we just not have the staff who?
There was talk about it a few years ago, and then with the pandemic and changes, it didn't take place. And then now with looking forward at new curriculum and new offerings, it's something that I think that we can take a step forward and look at it again and see if that's something that would be able to happen. As you know, looking at the whole spectrum, it's something that I think BHS is offering a lot of those co-taught classes in math, and so I think it's something that's always on the table. Especially when you look at these scores, it's something that we need to be aware of and thinking about. It also makes me wonder, do we have in our math classes, like we do in our humanities classes, do we have sentence starters? Do we have sentence frames? And those are just questions. We don't necessarily have the answers, but we need to make sure that we have the supports for students that might have learning differences or need some of those supports, because it's important to note that math today is not just 2 + 2. It's a lot of that writing and depth of knowledge and explaining it multiple ways. And we need to make sure that we're having the supports for students that might have different learning components, whether they might speak a different language or an additional language, or be multilingual, or be a newcomer, or have a learning difference. And so we need to make sure that we have all of that universal design for learning out there, and that we are supporting our kids where they are to make sure that they're able to show their knowledge in every way.
And I know that was one of the things the teachers liked about IAP. It does have that.
Right. So as we onboard a new curriculum and making sure that we're giving the supports throughout the year, not just, the saturation of a new curriculum the first day before school starts and then nothing. So IAM's coming back in January with grade level meetings. But then making sure that we have ongoing support as we go forward. And what does that look like? You heard about the professional learning all of last week, where we had a person here all week to go into classrooms, come in out of classrooms, do coaching in and out, which we had with previous math curriculums. What can that look like to be able to support it? And so those are some of the questions as we dig deeper and through our grade level meetings. We're hearing from our teachers what they need now that they've taught it a trimester, to be able to feel successful with it too.
I guess that's one of my questions as well, because now we've gone since 2019 with transition curriculum, no math coach, and algebra uneducated. I feel that at the middle school level, we should possibly be putting some more resources in the next short term. Because those kids are leaving our district very soon. And I'm concerned about that. Couple years of this. Possibly, right? So it's a bunch of big factors that have.
Sticking with math for a minute, is there any concern that some of these fifth grade scores are not as high as they used to be, and these same students are going to be eligible to go to accelerate math at BIS under our new programs? Bridging that gap from the low fifth grade score to going to accelerate math in sixth grade BIS.
So, yeah, yes, and I mean, bridging any gap. So there's been conversation about what can we do during summertime for students that any student, right? Not just any student that might need supports for math. And prior to the pandemic and prior to some of the things, we used to have what was called academic tutoring after school. And so that's something that we've talked about too. What can we bring back to help support students that don't always have access? What does that look like? Because not everybody can access certain things. So that is one of the things that we have talked about, and there's even certain funding around extended learning opportunity grants and items around there. So those are all items that have been discussed that certain students will qualify for, but also kids that don't qualify, how can we support that? So yes, supports one for 5th to 6th, but also supports for kids that just are in middle school that might need supports too, or anywhere else. So there are conversations about how do we get kids where they need also supports within the school year with response to intervention and instruction. So we've been working with our RTI specialists outside of just not only supporting ELA, but also math. If there's a student that's struggling in one area of math, how can they help support a student for short term in an area to be able to catch them up or learn a different methodology or component of a targeted intervention to be able to learn something that they were struggling with, to be able to grasp that. Sorry. Oh, sorry.
I just have one follow-up. I think you're 100% on the right track with that. And I would just add that in my experience, it seems there's a lot of families that travel in the summer. So if we were to do something in the summer, we need to put notice out sooner rather than later. And that travel has kind of been pronounced with things opening back up. People are making up for lost times, and families seem to be gone 4 or 5 weeks in the summer. And I think we only have 8 weeks of summer, 9 weeks. So if a child, if we identified they needed help in the summer for math and that same family was gone 3 or 4 weeks, so they didn't know we were going to do that. They already made plans, non-refundable, whatnot. So that's a challenge logistically.
And then my question was about after school programs. Are there buses for kids who?
Yeah, great question. So we have bus, so we bus usually from their home school, pick it up and take the student to the school of wherever the program is what we've done. So we contract. Oh, I'm sorry, for after school. No, so we try and do, so when we did academic tutoring, it was at their home school, if that's where the school of choice was. But it wasn't at every school, it was in certain schools that would do it. So, but those are all some of the logistics. We actually were talking about what it could even look like, depending upon, we were joking about, people keep talking about the Burlingame trolley. So how do we get the Burlingame trolley to do it? I haven't seen the Burlingame trolley, so I need to figure that part out too.
I know,
but
it
those are also
seems like,
components.
it seems like it, but like, it can be a big thing for
Right.
after school at a middle school.
Well, and the other thing is, for instance, BIS is one wheels bus, right?
Yeah.
So what does that look like? So those are all conversations that we're having. And then to go back to your question, trustee DeVoy, there's also a lot of great online platforms, and we have kids that are learning all over the world currently. So what can we also contract with so that it's not just kids that are in Burlingame physically that can continue to learn? Because I think there are a lot of things that we've learned throughout the pandemic, that learning is not stagnant to being in the building. So I think we also have to be creative in what we can do. we've learned that a lot lately, so I think there's some stuff that we just need to also realize how we can support families too. So yeah, a lot of yes ands and trying to be creative. All right, so the comparison of two 8th grade class cohorts. So the 2019 begins their 4th grade year since 2015. Was the first year that the CAASPP was administered. And then the 2022 slightly outperformed in ELA despite the distance learning. And then I'm like trying to read that. Hold on, let me put my glasses on and read the one in front of me. Okay, the 2022 slightly outperformed the 2019 cohort up until 7th grade, suggesting that the distance learning had a little bit more of an impact on math than ELA. Again, math, we saw this when we came back. Math had more of an impact on our students than ELA. Our students were really reading. Our library media techs did a great job, and our teachers of bringing books out. I know a lot of us saw the book bags out in front of the schools. They were being rotated constantly. A lot of our students were reading on Zoom and everywhere else. We really pushed learning LA at the point during while our kids were reading being through distance learning. A lot of the stuff that they had to read was straight and silent reading. Math was very difficult for our students to see that, especially the 3D components through a Zoom camera. So this shows some of my comparisons. Okay, science. So interesting, science actually has not come to the board like this. We've done a lot of math and ELA over the years. So we have science here today. This shows our green and blue, just like you saw the ELA and math previously. So in Burlingame, you can see our 18-19, our 20-21, and our 21-22 students. For 5th grade math tests. So in 5th grade, we have gone up to 67.2 last year. Compared to the county at 44 and the state at 31.2. We have our brand new science adoption this year that I have to tell you, I was walking by a classroom today that was diving into their science kit, and we were pretty excited about it. So that's neat. Lots of hype around our science kits. And then for did it move? There we go. Perfect. And then for 8th grade, they went out for the adoption too, but they stayed with the Amplify. They really liked the Amplify. They've used Amplify, and they stayed with the Amplify. So we will see how it continues to trend. So 8th grade science test over the last 3 years in Burlingame, they were at 57.8 last year, and then 42.7 and 29.2 overall in the state.
Marla, are we able to start, sorry.
You're fine.
Are we able to see the data? Can we pull email now data for CAASPP as well?
On CAASPP, yes.
And CAASPP.
On
the
the
science.
CAASPP, yes, on the science, we can. Yes, absolutely.
I would love to see that. I had a question about all of something that you said earlier. You said you're going in January to do data talks at every site. What does that look like? Who's it with? And then how do you use the data to?
Okay, so previously in the pandemic, we would go out, Ed Services would go out with the EL specialist, which was Lisa Jaffe, myself, and we would go out to the site with the principal, their specialty. So it'd be their RTI specialists, their school psychologists, their RSP, And we would meet and they would pull their scores, so their local scores at the site. We would pull our scores. We would look at attendance, anything, and we would talk about any students of concern at a higher level and see what we could do to support them. We're digging it a little bit different and deeper this time. One of the things that we've noticed recently is around some attendance components. So we're trying to figure out what we can do to also help. We're also looking at specific things around with some of the RTI around. They've had some questions around Illuminate questions. Illuminate's one of our assessment platforms. So we're gonna go out and support that. We're also just trying to help figure out how to systematize 6 sites and figure out what that looks like to be able to go forward with that. It hasn't happened in a few years, and interestingly enough, it's Matt, Jude, and Lisa are the only 3 principals that we had prior to the pandemic that are still here. So that's one of the things that we want to continue to help support and see what that looks like. So it was one of the aha moments that as we were starting to talk about data talks, I mean, we want to go back and look at how we can support that, and then also look at grade level data talks and continue to go for that. It's one of the things that PLCs are very strong in. And so, but at a school level, how do you look at that? What does the student of concern median look like? And how do you continue to support that? And as you build a dashboard, how do you look at across multiple, snapshot areas, not just academics? You also want to look at behavioral components. You want to look at parties. You want to look at attendance. You want to look at multiple facets of a child to see where they're struggling and how we can support them.
And I know this is just a snapshot. I mean, there's so many other areas that we should just set in, but,
There are lots of my snapshot comments.
okay. But do you ever use this number and say, okay, we're at 7.9% stay given school. Next year, this school is gonna aim to do here, or as a district, we're aiming for.
It's used in LCAPs, it's used in SIPSAs for the sites. It's used on a dashboard, so it's put us in differentiated assistance before. So those are all areas where it's been used. When California pulls data, this is one of the big things that they pull, because they look at this and they say, you have a student group that's in the blue here, but another student group that's in the yellow. So you have a group that's too low, and that's not okay. So you need to be paying more attention. So that's one of the reasons why we actually started looking at student groups when we do reports, because a few years ago, we were in differentiated assistance for one of the areas was chronic absenteeism, because we had some students that were coming to school really often. We had some students that were not. So how are we watching those student groups, right? So when we look at data, that's one of the reasons why we always are looking at student groups to see, are we missing a student group that's not coming to school or not doing as well as another group? And that's really how we started digging and mining our data a lot. So yes, we look at this, but then we have to dig it deeper. So it's the multifaceted components.
Are there any other questions?
Yeah, I had a few more, sorry. Everyone's looking at me. When I look at these scores, I always think, okay, what can we do to improve? But I think it needs to be acknowledged that the district office and the teachers have already worked really hard to revamp the curriculum, and that have before this. So one of the biggest kind of elements in this then is something we haven't seen the fruition of, and that's the new curriculum. Could you kind of speak broadly as to how you see the new curriculum impacting everything you've shown us tonight?
Wow, to see the new curriculum. I have to say that this year I see excitement around the new ELA, a lot of excitement around the new ELA. I think the new professional learning that's going on with CRLP and Jeff Swears, I see a lot of people excited around the benchmark, because it's not around benchmark, but it's around how you can use science of reading and authentic communication around ELA curriculum. So I think that that's exciting. I see use of curriculum, so I think that that's great. I think that when we present in the spring and we have our teachers come in, I think you'll see I think that you'll see teachers excited about teaching items. I hear standards when I'm in classrooms. Today, when I was walking through, I heard 2 teachers at Washington talking about what they learned from their coaching model last week on Friday morning and what they were using in classroom today with regards to using integrated lessons with math, which was exciting. So I think that there's a lot of transference of that. I don't see as much of I didn't see as much of seat time today when I was there, specifically today, which was exciting, around 2 classrooms that I specifically was in. So I think that that's a big difference that I'm seeing right now. I think that I see a lot of science right now, which is exciting. Because I didn't see as much of that this time last year, but I'm also trying to think, I'm gonna be honest, Trustee DuBois, I feel like with the pandemic, I'm trying to also think about what with masks and kids not being moved around and groupings and stuff like that. I also have to think about what I saw prior to pandemic versus like last year when we were still like almost in groups and stuff like that too. So, yeah.
And then my final question is, the scale of scoring is made by the state, right? We don't decide this, but is there any way you could show the board in future years sample questions from any of these? Like, what does it mean when you tell me a 3rd grader or a 5th grader met the standard? Is that just simple addition, or is it fractions? Is it, parentheses? Or what are we, show me, can I actually see these tests, or are they?
They're sample tests, absolutely. Sure, I can send this. Sure.
And just point out, like, only less than 30% of the students in the state are making the standards, so
Right.
it's not, it can't be a easy test. It's completely.
See the standards.
Right, yeah, they're posted, so we can definitely send the standards and then send like what a sample test looks like.
I could quiz myself.
Absolutely.
You don't want to do
Yeah. What's that TV show? Are you smarter than a 5th grader? Right? Absolutely.
Well, thank you. That was fun discussion. We have great questions. If there are no other questions, I'll move us along to item 17C. First read board policies and administrative regulations, educational services, and also an information.
Good evening. I am bringing forward 2 board policies tonight. The first one is with regards to PE and activity. And the second one is with regards to administering medication and health conditions. The PE policy was reviewed with our PE department during one of their grade level meetings. And then they had some great input in it. And then the second one with regards to administering medication and monitoring health conditions is being brought forward as we will be bringing and working with our school nurses to bring naloxone. I cannot say that word, sorry, hydrochloride, or another opioid antagonist available for emergency medical aid to our school sites. In case there is an opioid overdose on our sites, and then staff will be asked, should they want to be trained in it to help. And then there is an option 1 and option 2 for the board to discuss tonight, whether they would like to allow for medical cannabis to be delivered on sites by a parent or guardian.
And this would be for someone that had frequent seizures.
Correct.
A student that has frequent seizures. That would just answer.
Yes, it would be based on a medical reason.
I'm pretty sure when they say cannabis, also it covers CBD, and a lot of kids are taking that. A lot of children with autism benefit from CBD. And the way CBD is just sort of like in this murky classification, it's just safer. Say you allow cannabis administration when it's really actually CBD and not THC necessarily.
And it's administered by the parents, not the teachers or
Right.
kids themselves.
Correct. But it would be housed on site. That's the question.
No, they have to be able
It's
to
only the administration.
right, and they be on our property while getting.
So it's less disruptive to the student because otherwise the parent would have to
No, they
administer.
go stand
They
on
go
the
stand
sidewalk.
right
Right.
on the
Right. Which is
Is
ridiculous.
that what's happening then?
That's what
Yeah.
has happened.
Is this new policy, I assume, in accordance with applicable state laws and regulations?
Correct, it's from CSBA. Oh, both options are from CSBA? Correct. It's up to the board to make a decision as to which option they would like to go forward with. And both options are according to the. Correct. Laws. And so no cannabis is held or CBD is held on site. It's by the parent who brings it onto the campus and keeps it within their possession. Correct.
That's how I wrote it, yeah.
Yes, yeah, it's not stored on site. That is correct.
I would support including cannabis because I don't know that we need to distinguish it from other medicines that it's been shown to be helpful for certain conditions. So, and it's in line with state law. So
I would agree as well.
And with option one as well.
Wait, is option one
Option one is where you
allow?
allow the parent,
Because I can't remember which one it was. I want to make sure we really are picking the right one. The one that allows.
yeah, the one that allows it is option one.
Okay.
Yes, okay, so Elizabeth, after the parent or guardian administers the medication, the parent or guardian shall remove any remaining medicinal cannabis from the school site.
Does the district office have any thoughts on either policy?
We have had, I think that allowing it is, it's inclusive. It supports our families. Okay, and school personnel are not allowed to authorize, are not authorized to administer. So the parent or guardian who is qualified under code. Was there something about like a physician?
It needs to come, they need to have a medical recommendation.
Oh, right, the valid medical.
That's all the medicine.
Right, right, you have to have prescriptions. That's kept on file at the school.
Are you able to tell us about respect and privacy about how many students this would even impact?
Currently, we don't have any, that I'm aware of. How do you feel about option one or two? I was thinking it was held on site, so since it isn't, and it's according to the law, and it's with a person with a prescription, and it's like other.
Okay, so it sounds like everyone is in agreement on option two.
and this,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm fine.
I'm so sorry.
I have no problem. I have nothing further
You
to
don't,
add.
do you want option one or option two?
I have no preference, so
And it's not a big vote, but one of us are in. Okay. All right, moving on to item 18. Okay. Do I need to read the notice of public hearing? No, okay. Okay, so I would like to open a public hearing for the Burlingame School District and Burlingame Education Association initial proposals for the 2023-2024 amendments to the 2021-2024 Burlingame Education Association contract at 7:24.
there any comments?
No, there's not present, but
Okay, then I will close the public hearing. Moving on to BEA sunshine negotiations. This is the voting, item 18B.
Thank you, President Mudd. Tonight we bring forward the BEA Sunshine initial proposals for negotiations. You saw this last month's meeting as information, and tonight the recommendation is that you approve the initial proposal so we can start negotiating in January.
Would anyone like to make a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve.
Would anyone like to second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Opening another public hearing, 18C, public hearing, Burlingame School District and Chapter 46 of the California School Employees Association. Initial proposals for the July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2026 contract. 2025. Are there any comments?
no present, but
Okay. And on to 18D, the CSEA sunshine negotiation. This is a voting item.
Tonight, we bring forward the initial bargaining proposal for July 1, 2023 through June 30th, 2026. This is a successor contract from the Burlingame School District and the California School Employees Association, CSEA, to succeed its July 1, 2020 through June 30th, 2023 contract. This is a first and final time that we are bringing forward this proposal. CSEA did miss last month's deadline, and they did ask in order for us to start negotiations in January, because we are opening the full contract, that we do this as a public hearing and a vote all at one meeting, and that is allowed by law.
Would anyone like to make a motion to?
I'll move to approve.
I'm sorry, I should have said, would anyone like to make a motion? Thanks for your move to approve. Would anyone like
Sorry,
to?
I have one just clarification.
Yeah.
The attachments are the sunshine letters. Is that what we're approving on the proposal itself? Or it's a proposal of what we're going to negotiate? Right?
Sorry about that. So yes, so because this is a successor contract, we are ourselves and CSEA can open on any article. So the way this works is CSEA delivered their initial proposal, which is attached, and they would like to open on Article 1, agreement and duration, Article 3, recognition, Article 8, evaluation procedure, Article 12, wages, and Article 16, health and welfare. And the district would, nope, those were ours, I apologize. That's what we would like to open on. Thinking it was really short as I was reading
Yeah,
it.
no, and I can. see-
Okay,
see-
perfect.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you. I
they
just
would like
wanted-
to open on a lot. Thank you.
Okay, we had one motion and. Are we frozen? Do we need to do anything in order to?
That's
have
still
our minute?
if there's,
Voices.
we have it in, that if there's any technical error, we continue with the board meeting.
Okay, okay,
All right, well, I'll second the motion.
okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Is it known if our voices are still live and just the screen is frozen?
I don't know. I can pull it up, but I'm afraid I'd get feedback.
Okay, moving on to item 18E, McKinley TK Architect of Record recommendation.
All right, thank you. Tonight we have Richard Ronas from DTA here to speak about the.
The other camera is working, so it appears that we are still streaming live. Just this picture here is frozen.
Hello.
Thank you. Good evening, trustees. This evening, we have a recommendation to award the contract for the TK planning and design. As you've seen in the staff report, this is for the schematic programming and schematic design services. We received 5 proposals, and of those 5, we narrowed that down to 2 that we interviewed. The committee consisted of CBO Bonnevert, Principal Schmilly, and myself. We interviewed HY architects and SBA architects. And we had a discussion afterwards, and the strong feeling was to award to HYA with the bullet points that we included in your staff report. They had a very strong team, a stronger team that they brought to the interview, and they are proposing for the project. Their value for what they proposed in terms of cost, we believe is of a higher value, even though it's a higher price, it's a higher value because they've included some additional services that SVA had not included or had not noted in their proposal. So overall, we feel that HY is the stronger candidate, and that's why we're recommending that the board contact them in the planning.
Thank you. That presentation was nothing to add. Any questions?
But it did seem like that HY, when they listed their previous projects, a lot of it was specifically TK, which was nice.
That was another, thank you. That was another thing that we asked in the interview, was specifically their experience with early childhood and TK planning specifically. And both of them had experience, but it seemed that SVA's experience, at least with the principal that we interviewed, his experience was more in Southern California when he spent time down there. And it seemed like there was therefore a little bit more distant in his past. So,
And then we'll like to make a motion.
I'll motion to approve the McKinley architect of record recommendation.
I'll second. All in favor? Thank you. Okay, and 18F, first read board policy and administrative regulation. This is an informational item since it's a first read.
Thank you. Tonight we bring forward board policy and administrative regulation 1113, district and school website. Board policy 3511.1, integrated waste management. Administrative regulation 315.6, criminal background check for contractors. Board policy 3516.5, emergency schedules, and board policy 5145.6, parental notification. And if you look at the attachment, it gives a brief description of the revision of each of the policies and administrative regulations. These are all updated policies for updated law and language changes that CSBA recommended. None of them contained any options, and we went with CSBA's recommendation on each of the policies.
Thank you. And this is the first read.
I had a few. With respect to the policy regarding the criminal background check for contractors, it reads in there that the contractor shall certify that everyone is clear background and then tell us everyone's fine. Is there a reason they can't actually provide the documents to us that show they actually did this rather than just signature certify, yeah, everyone's safe? Is there like a burdensome or practical impact that I'm not realizing that would frustrate the contractor's purpose on our campus, or should? Because I kind of feel we should take one extra security step with outside people coming around children. And in my experience, a lot of people just, yeah, sure, I signed certified. But when you actually have to provide the documents, it's a whole nother level.
It's not normal practice for school districts to do that. It's definitely allowable. Like you said, they do certify that. Do they all do the background criminal check? I'm not 100% sure. They do have insurance riders on it too. The other thing to know, most of our contractors are never alone. None of our contractors are ever alone with students. Let me rephrase that. And if there are big projects like the SRC going on right now, we do keep them gated off. And that is one of the reasons why most California schools do allow for certification. If we require it, we likely will lose companies. So
And then, yeah, I had a few questions about some. With the emergency scheduling where the superintendent can cancel school for emergencies. Could we, is there a reason we don't include in there that the superintendent would notify the board, or did I miss that?
We absolutely can add that.
If schools can cancel for the day, which I agree, the superintendent should have that authority.
When it's happened in the past.
Oh, I would imagine, sure, but just, yeah. And then with the district website policy, I think it's fantastic. You know, that's something that's been worked on for a while. Is there a way to, with all the other information, academic information you're including, is there a way to include more information in terms of the learning objectives that children are going to do at certain grade levels, to include, you know, this is the grade level your child can try out for band? Because I have parents ask me all the time, when can my kid do band? I don't know. And if we're gonna have these websites, can't we say 4th or 5th grade student can try out for band? This grade, they can take a foreign language. This grade, they can learn how to type. Without getting into specifically what goes on day to day, that's not possible or possible. But just broadly, what is learned?
So you mean for the actual website, on our website, not the board policy, correct?
Correct, because well, the policy is referring to what's going to be on the website, right?
So the great thing is we are in the middle of building our new website, which will come online or probably in early June or July 1, and we definitely can add any of that information. I wish I had a mock-up to show you guys. It is beautiful. And each site will have all of their own too. So I definitely can take recommendations. It is going to be a lot more of a user-friendly layout. We do have quite a bit of information on our websites that are, it's difficult to find if you don't specifically search for it, but then you have to know what it was named. So I think that is great points, and we can add anything to this board policy. Also, the director of technology, Curtis Smith, is the one who is overseeing this board policy and administrative regulation, but I will bring it up with him.
Okay. And then last one, I promise. With the parent communication policy, I read in there, it says whenever 15% or more of students enrolled in the district speak a single primary language other than English as determined by the California Code of Census, all notice is sent to the parent of any such student. In addition to being written in English, shall be written in the primary language and may be responded to in either English or the primary language. My question is, do we actually have that capacity at the school district in each site to respond in those languages?
You want me to answer? Sure. We have a system called Language Links that's available 24/7 to any of our staff. That is either written or oral communication. So when somebody comes in, we call an 800 number and they will dispatch us to anyone, and we can have live milieu conversations.
Fantastic.
So we use it, gosh, constantly, I feel like, which has been great for anybody. And so it's not just the 15%, it's any family.
I was gonna ask that, yeah.
We use it with students, we use it with anybody that comes in for translation. It can be with registration, it can be with a discipline issue, as I look at Tony back there. So it's actually super helpful, and it's been great for any time of communication.
And that's been a requirement of the state about if you have a certain percentage.
Right, 15.
Yeah.
We actually don't get it, but we do use it too.
Yeah.
And we do already translate all of our forms in Spanish too, because that is our second language spoken in the home.
We also have certain schools that do translate also in like simplified Chinese.
I had one question under the, so it's the district and school websites, the policy under privacy rights. I just think maybe it needs to be worded a little bit differently about students whose parents who want their students photographed on the website. It says that that's considered directory information unless the parent has notified the district in writing. I think we already have that notification form, but it's not in writing, right? It's like
Or you check when you register?
Yeah, that is considered in writing,
It's considered right. Okay, I just didn't know if that was like outdated.
but we definitely can update, language to say,
Yeah, 'cause
or,
yeah, it sort of sounds like they have to tell the district in writing, but I'm sure there are parents who don't want their student's name and photograph.
okay, we can update that.
Okay, but I did not understand that that was considered right. Okay, great.
On to 18G 2022-2023 first interim report. Is a voting item.
Okay, thank you, President Mudd. The first interim report is a snapshot in time of the local agency revenue and expenditure forecast for the current fiscal year, as well as a projection of 2 subsequent fiscal years. It is a time to adjust the budget based upon the enacted budget and subsequent trailer bills, the closing of prior fiscal year, and other factors that impact revenue and expenditures. The first interim report covers the period of time from July 1 through October 31st each fiscal year and must be submitted to the County Office of Education no later than December 15th. Interim reports must include a certification of whether or not the LEA is able to meet its financial obligations. The certifications are classified as positive, qualified, or negative. Upon review, the board will be asked to provide a positive certification stating that the district will meet our financial obligations for 2022, 23, 2023, 24, and 24, 25. The methodologies, assumptions, and other cost factors used in creating the 2022-23 budget are currently being analyzed and may necessitate revisions for the 23-24 budget to formulate the 23-24 budget. We use the School Services of California budget assumptions, which you can see broken out here. Thing to note, a difference from budget to first interim was the additional LCFF investment of 6.7%. It is an additional COLA to our LCFF revenue. We did expect it, we just didn't know what it was going to come in. So we anticipated at roughly 5% at budget. As you can see, CalSTRS rates remain the same. CalPERS rates are anticipated to drop in 23-24 and again in 24-25. Unemployment rates, this is the last high year after the impacts of the pandemic at 0.5%. We will be going down to 0.2% in 23, 24, and 24, 25. This is still well above the 0.05% pre-pandemic. Our health and welfare, we do budget at a 6% annual increase. I will tell you that our health and welfare overall, starting in January, is going up 13%. So this is a blip, an off year. You will see a few of the impacts in later slides.
May I ask a question? Shouldn't we, maybe I'm thinking it wrong, so please correct me, but shouldn't we assume that CalPERS employee rate will have to contribute more due to market conditions? Last I checked, their fund was down 6%. Won't we have to make up for that through our contributions in years to come?
No, this is state statute. So if they change the statute, we will, but this is what the state is saying the years are going. This is what they are for the next 3 years.
It's a percentage of the payroll, right? So we pay 19% of payroll into the fund.
For employees that are members. So you have to be a CalPERS or a CalSTRS member, and then we pay on their behalf, and then they also pay on their own behalf.
So is there any anticipation the state's going to raise that with market conditions being down this year?
I don't believe so. A few years ago, there was a blip. Last time it was like this, but this is part of the Prop 98 minimum guarantee, and some of the buy downs are directly related to CalPERS.
Okay.
And I can definitely bring back, that's like tip of the iceberg, more information at the next meeting if you would like on what the CalPERS is going to look like over the next 3 years.
Yeah, thank you.
And that additional LCFF investment, we don't expect that in the future, the 2 out years. Is it possible that that continues? It's a one-time money, or is it going to like the base budget?
So it's a one-time investment that increases the base
Okay.
LCFF. So it's increasing by 6.7% this year. And then we'll get COLA on the 6.7% each year, but we're not expecting an additional at this time. I will say, this is the first interim dartboard by school services, which was as of October 31st. It looks like the expectation is for COLA in 23-24 and 24-25 is going to be well over 6% again. We won't anticipate any changes, likely even at second interim. We will wait for the governor's May revision to the budget for June. But it is definitely something to watch. The CPI, the California Price Index, is just climbing. So okay, this slide shows our overall picture of our general fund, and this includes both restricted and unrestricted funds. The difference between the adopted budget and first interim is a variance, an additional $4 million in revenue. This is due to one-time funding and grants that I will show you on the next slide. Our total expenditures have increased by $5.6 million over the adoption of budget. And a lot of this has to do with the changes that we made when we closed the books and contributions to our OPEB, which I'll also discuss in greater detail. This is a picture of our revenue for our Fund 01, both restricted and unrestricted. There was a $2 million increase to our LCFF sources. This was the change in law to reflect the 3-year enrollment projections, which we were really hoping for. It made a difference. And the state, there's been a lot of back and forth on will TK be 12-1 or 10-1. And the whole time it's been, if there's money, there's your funding. It's there, meaning next year we will be at 1-10, as long as this carries through in the enacted budget. Our federal revenue is down just over $100,000. This is for Title I, Title II, Title IV. They all change, Title III with each interim. This likely will be what you see at second interim. We received the federal revenue because they follow the federal October through September budget. Other state revenues, we have an additional $2 million. This includes the new Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant. That is not ELOC. It is an additional grant, and the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. The other thing to note that you will see at second interim is there is a new allocation for the Art and Music Block Grant, not Prop 28. They like to name them all very similar names. And we should be receiving our first allocation in the next month. When we did our projection on October 31st, we did not know what our allocation was. And you will likely see in early spring a plan for those funds.
Earlier this year, when the California state budget was passed and there was a surplus and there was debate about what to do, and one of the ideas was give to the schools. Is that $2 million under other state revenue? Is that our portion from that? Just so I understand clearly.
Yes, that and the additional $2 million that you will see at second interim. But everything they have given us, except for the additional LTFF investment of this year, is extremely restricted dollars. We are really heading back to categoricals. In not a fun way, the reporting requirements change. So we might want to consider moving forward, breaking out some of our revenues and expenditures by unrestricted and restricted funds, because as you'll see, it really skews our look. Oh my goodness, they have $8 million. Well, we can only spend it on something like that. So that is, if you guys, the board is interested, something we can definitely do for second interim and try it out.
And is that 2 million under other state revenue? That's only to be expected for this year. That won't happen again, correct? For the expanded learning opportunities grant and the learning recovery emergency block grant.
So the learning recovery emergency block grant, I believe, is a one-time. The expanded learning opportunity may be ongoing at a lower rate. We have not anticipated it in our multi-year projection. And the hope is the art and music block grant is also continued from year on. It's going to be, you'll have 3 years to spend it, but you'll receive additional funds each year. And more to come on the planning for that. Another thing that we will hopefully have by second interim is what the Prop 28 looks like for our district. And that is going to be a program that you cannot supplant, you have to supplement. So that would be, if it's used for staffing, it would be additional staffing to what we currently have. We're in a year 1 or 2 grace period because BCE does currently pay for quite a bit of our music program. You just like it's going to follow the federal title revenues, like you get a one-time to move things over. So we're really going to, those are going to be extremely restricted dollars. So this shows overall the increase of revenue of just over $4 million. All right, it's almost off the page there. So for our expenditures, just a couple things to note. We had from our adopted budget to first interim a variance in just over $150,000 down on our certificated salaries. This just really has to do with leave of absences, unfilled positions. As the board is aware, we have had quite a few unfilled positions this year. So that number will likely increase at second interim, but in a good way. Our classified salaries have increased just a little bit. That has to do with some overtime, and we budget at certain levels, and sometimes we're lucky enough to have new employees that have more experience than we anticipate, and so we do increase their salaries a little bit. Our employee benefits have increased about $2.7 million over budget. This has to do, we increased the OPEB contribution for our CERP payment when we close the books. They're for $2 million. This also is starting to anticipate, we're going to start seeing a role in the additional health and welfare of the increase of, it's 13% for some plans, and some plans increase 2%, but overall the increases are going to be pretty high. So for books and supplies, I did add, there was a bullet missing from the original slide deck, so I apologize for that. This includes the new adoption, ordering, curriculum. We find that we have different needs based off of class sizes, what we anticipated. Another thing that generally gets us is when we do our POs and our quotes, the shipping is always estimated, and I would say maybe we need to start estimating it a little higher. It always comes in higher. And then with the new restricted revenue that you saw in a previous slide, what we're doing is we're also starting to try to budget for and anticipate some of those costs that come in ELOP is a really good, which is not new this time. But as we know what the programs are going to be, we start putting in a budget. So are we going to be buying supplies? Where are we going to be adding staffing? That's in hopes that second interim is not an enormous leap from first interim. And also for our books and supplies and our services and other operating, this is a formula that is used that our financial software does too. So they also look at what we have spent so far. They use trends, and we use a program called Projection Pro now that also anticipates spending patterns. So this one's a little tricky. We may, by the end of the fiscal year, not actually spend the anticipated increase.
I would agree with you. We need to look into how we predict the cost in some of these, because the variance of 50% is
It's, yeah. On services and other operating, we have increased to operation costs. Our Pacific Power bills have gone up. This includes gas for our district vehicles. Also, our insurance, our liability insurance is continuing to rise. Our other outgo, we don't generally make any changes during the interims. It's based off of a previous year. At any time at second interim or closing, if the county office does let us know, we will update that. Our transfers out have increased by just under $1 million. That was put into Fund 17 to increase our 7% reserves. Now that our expenditures are up, and also additional technology replacement. This is another situation that, since we are hit the Prop 98 minimum guarantee, we are in a test 1 year. That means that we cannot have reserves higher than 10%. We keep 7% in our Fund 17, and that allows for 3% in our general fund, which is in addition to restricted funds. So one of the things that we are looking to doing anytime we're over that, by the time we close the books, that money needs to be spent, allocated, or committed. And that's part of the process of once we start looking at transferring. What does it look like? Where are we going to end the year? And I will speak a little bit more to that at the final slide for all of our funds. So this is our multi-year projections. This is the first time, like I said, we use Projection Pro. It's a state software. My 2 fiscal analysts attended a 2-day training, and this is our first time, and it anticipated cash flow and everything. So they were very happy by it. So we'll see at second interim and by budget, we'll see, you know, this is really our first test of it. But you can see this year we are anticipated to deficit spend by $2 million. That does include the transfers out in our contributions. So if you took those out of the equation, we would not be deficit spending this year. That leaves our ending fund balance at just over $4 million. The 8.12% does include our restricted balance. So this is not a great, now that we are in a test 1 and we need to be at the 3%, I will make a change to this slide at second interim because now it really matters. For 23-24 and 24-25, currently we do not anticipate deficit spending. I will be with my team starting negotiations in January, and that will change the picture of this. We are in year 2 of a 2-year agreement, so that will change this picture a little bit too. But we end fiscal year 24 with just over $4 million, and currently fiscal year 25 at $6 million. And part of this has a lot to do with the restricted dollars that are coming in. Without our plans in place, we don't know what year we're going to spend it. So right now, some of it is earmarked all the way through 24, 25. We may have a plan that we end up spending it all in next school year, 23, 24, and that would change the projections.
That ending fund balance, sorry, is that the general fund or?
That
Is that everything?
That is the general fund, Fund 01, both restricted and unrestricted.
So, can I jump in with a couple questions? So,
Absolutely.
I think it would be helpful to understand a little bit, not necessarily tonight, but as we look at the next one. Or understanding the differences between one-time spending that we do by choice, which is, hey, we've got to allocate this money, we're gonna put it into the OPEBs. Well, that reduces our costs over, 30 years or longer, because it's invested and we get to use the earnings on that to make the OPEB, the pay-as-you-go obligations that we have to provide, benefits to retirees, right? So that's not really a cost of us doing business here in 2023. So it makes it look like we have a deficit. And it looks like we're, $4 million variance in terms of, we're 5.6 million of variance in terms of higher costs than our budget. But the reality is that we've transferred some funds to reserves to kind of, which helps our financial picture longer term. And we've made this very long-term investment to move money over to OPEB funding. So it's a little bit, this fund accounting is kind of new for me, but to try to understand would be helpful for me is what's kind of truly operating expenses. So, what do we pay for this year's services? What do we pay in salaries, supplies, expenses that we use that we sort of consume in this year to provide the education versus what are we setting aside for future years? And I know some of the revenues do probably also come in for some of the same purposes. So I know it's not an easy thing to understand, but if you look at this and you don't have all the context, it looks like things are worse than we budgeted, but it's not really the case in terms of expenses because we consciously as board decided we're going to set this money aside for good, fiscal planning or, just conservatism going forward. But it's kind of hard to see in the fund presentation. So
Definitely moving forward for this slide, what I can do is do the revenues and expenditures, have the balance, and then do as an additional in between balance and ending fund balance, a transfers out and where those are allocated, and then a balance that would show our actual net position on any given year. Okay.
Yeah, and also maybe the total expenses before the transfers, so we know what's kind of our running expenses that we have to cover versus what we've chosen to move out.
Yeah.
I'm not saying we have to necessarily change the presentation here, but just in some way.
I'm happy to change it. Okay. It's for you, it's for the board. So if you ever want anything changed, I'm happy to. Another slide that might be beneficial to add is we do use a 5-year average for a lot of things, 5-year prior average, and then rolling that we have been working on with our team. And I may be able to just add a little slide or as a second document, which also shows some of the trends I think are going to be really important right now, especially as we continue to receive the one-time funding. There is going to be a huge mix of one-time spending, but what is that? Is it being spent on truly one-time things, bringing in buying a climbing wall, or are we offsetting it with staff that is allowable? So I think that might give the board an additional picture of what it looks like. Because I do agree, the way this reads, except for 24, 25, our percentage is higher, but and also maybe just a little bit more discussion and education on the Prop 98 minimum guarantee and what does that mean if you don't meet it, because there are ramifications for a school district. And that's why you'll see the transfers out, and in the slides our other funds are continuing to grow. What it looks like, people always say, well, you're hiding money. That's like the biggest thing. Well, currently the state says that we either allocate it by commitment and transfers, or we spend it in the current year. So that is going to make it all of education on what our overall fund balance looks like. I think even more important, we are not trying to hide anything. We're just trying to follow the state's rules at this point.
Right, when we make some of those transfers, it's like when we move money over to textbooks, that's money we're gonna have to spend from somewhere, so we're effectively, it's bolstering our reserves, whether it's in the general fund or not.
Creative accounting. Did you have any more questions on this slide?
No, that sounds really good. Thank you. Yeah.
In here are our enrollment projections for our current enrollment plus ADA. If you just look at the trend prior to the TK, it looked like the district was going to be in drastic declining enrollment, and with TK coming on and adding 3 more months each year, it is holding us off a little bit. This fiscal year, we expect this is what we are using our LCFF funding. So this is CPED stay. Our annual LCFF may change a little bit, but our total enrollment is 3,309. We anticipate in fiscal year 24, 3207. So you do see a bit of a drop, but it's not the decline that we first expected. In fiscal year 25, we're at 3094, and fiscal year 25-26, right now we are projected to be at 3078. That is based off of our current enrollment trends. We do know that there are quite a few housing units coming on. And so I know right now this looks like I'm saying we're not in declining enrollment, and my slide does say otherwise. This is based off of that, but we are continuing to meet and coming up with a plan with the city on how to get the information and what does that look like for our projections moving forward. The one thing we really need to be careful about is we also use our enrollment projections to project our LCFF funding. So it's like, you got to be careful. You don't want to be too low, but you also, some districts, they really anticipate an increase of students that they don't see. And then that's when they get to that year's budget and their funding is down millions of dollars. So this is something that we're continuing to work on with the city. And I do know as we keep looking at boundaries and where our enrollment is going to be, what school sites our new students are going to be at, and at what age it's going to be even more important. We do have another contract with Schoolworks. Sorry, I was going to say Davis. Schoolworks for enrollment projections for this year. So I'll be anxious to see what they have to say based off of this is we used current for 22-23. This is our current enrollment. Okay, so these are all of our funds, a quick snapshot, and our ending fund balance for Fund 01 is $4.2 million. This includes the statutory reserve of $1.5 million. We have a restricted ending fund balance of $1.6 million, and we currently have unassigned just over $1 million. When we close the books, in August, the unassigned portion is the unallowable expenditure. So we will have to decide over the next 6 months, what does that look like? Because that cannot stay in the general fund. Our student activity account, that is a flat thing. It is just where we earmark BIS's as student body account. Fund 13, our cafeteria fund, we have a projected ending balance of $600,000. This is, as you guys have seen, each month does seem to be fluctuating. Our deferred maintenance account, we are going to be down just over $1 million at the end of the fiscal year. That is when we close the books. We decided to pay for the Rekeen project with deferred maintenance. Fund 17 includes a 7% reserve, our strategic foundation support reserve, a growing textbook adoption, classroom technology, and student device replacement. So the classroom technology is really meant for staff. That is not built into the student device replacement. So we have broken it out in the financials. Fund 21, our bond fund, we anticipate to end the year at $14 million. That looks like that may roll us all the way through fiscal year 24. We may have enough cash on hand to do the projects anticipated. So it's undetermined if we will need to sell. Fund 25, capital facilities, is our developer fees. This is a growing fund that currently we have earmarked projects that also go into the bond. So when we closed out last fiscal year, we transferred bond projects into capital facilities. Fund 40 is our turf replacement. This is, my recommendation is for us to start, though we have a few more years, we need to start looking at quotes. The turf technology has changed quite a bit, and well, in a good and bad way, some controversy, but costs have really gone down. So I was at the Cash Academy last month, and a school district, they were able to replace their football field for under, and I know we don't have a football field, but for under $900,000. So I know, so we're thinking we need 2 million for each field. So it could be what they bought versus what we bought. So we really do need to start looking at that, because we don't want to continue to grow this fund if there is not a need. And then our foundation private purpose fund 73 is another flat funded that changes when students elect their scholarships. Are there any questions on our funds, special funds?
This one's for me. There. Okay. Then I will move us along. Thank you. That was very thorough. I will move us along. Oh, sorry, we have to vote. Yep. Would anyone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the 2022-2023 first interim report.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Moving on to human resources, part 2. 19A, first read board policies and administrative regulations, human resources informational.
Thank you. Tonight we bring forward board policy 4030 and administrative regulation, non-discrimination in employment. Board policy and administrative regulation for 112.2 certification. Board policy 4141.6 and the administrative regulation. Oh, there we go. Okay. So on the policies, on the breakout of the summary pages, these are policy updates for new court decisions and federal regulations. And to clarify, there's clarifying language in all of the policies and administrative regulations. Did anybody have any questions on any of the specific ones?
No? Okay. Thank you. And any public, item 20, public statements related to non-agenda items.
No, President.
Okay, 21 board requested items. Anyone have anything that they would like to request?
Yeah, I have two things I want to discuss. One, we spoke tonight about the math scores for the Latino and Hispanic population. Would it be possible to have staff report back in February with what plans are to improve those scores? Because we talked about a number of different ideas to include summer programs or meeting with parent groups or online programs. Just ideas. I'm not asking for concrete actions, but just what you've learned in between now and February and what thoughts are to improve those scores.
Okay, and I think if I'm correct, we have to have 3 people, 3 trustees that would like to see that.
Are you interested in like all the grades or specifically PIS?
Specifically, all the grades, because that was the one group and the one subject where the trend was going down. And it seems to me that if we're going to track data by race, ethnicity, or gender, and the data shows us one group is going in a certain direction, then we should narrowly tailor a plan to address that.
And the testing starts at 3rd grade, so it would probably be like 3 days.
That's a good point.
If for in you're saying Hispanic, Latino, correct students. Yeah, I would like to see them.
I would add on maybe February's maybe too soon. I don't know about the date for the report out is, but
Yeah, the reason I said February is because we were talking about ideas in the summer to implement.
Oh, I see.
And my feeling, and please feel free to correct me, is we need to put those ideas out sooner rather than later before families make summer plans or other matters.
well, I would probably broaden it because there were 3 groups. It was the Hispanic, Latino, well, it was students with disability and English language learners, and then also somebody. So I mean, that's really broad, but those are the 3 areas where there's. So I would. So it sounds more like a math discussion targeting to the groups. Score for so, I'm in agreement.
Yeah, I'd just like to hear from Marla.
Yeah,
if
'cause
the
you've got a lot of-
timeline is reasonable or if that's something I need to.
Yeah, I wasn't looking for concrete, just here's what we looked into, dug into the data, and here's some thoughts on how to improve
Great.
it.
So clarification, I mean, just for clarification, so I'm hearing SWG. I went from Hispanic Latino, yeah, I was going from Hispanic Latinx to EL and SWG around that. And then I grades 3 through 8. For clarification, right? I
Focus on that.
right.
So it's more like
So
a math focus on that.
But then we are actually, you know, I may have update on the expectation. But I guess to Dan's point.
Right, so prior to that, though, means what will come next is gonna be actually like summer intervention, that will come, so typically that comes in January, where we talk about students who will qualify and what that looks like, summer interventions, so extended learning opportunities will come in January, where we talk about our UPPs and students that will qualify there, but we can extend that and talk about also like RTI and math around, we've done RTI and ELA.
Could it be about also
No, go ahead.
maybe about how to focus on math in the summer program and talk about that in the. Like how we maybe we change our invitations if we need to.
So ELOP is gonna focus on math and music and science, and so absolutely, so I guess that's where I was thinking in my head, so but specifically, that's why I was asking for clarity. So now it sounds like students with disabilities, ELL, and students that are self-identifying in the area of Hispanic and Latinx in the area of math between grades 3 and 8 that are showing as at risk in the area of math and what we're doing to help intervene, correct? I'm asking for like.
Yeah, what I asked for got expanded, and that's
Yeah.
okay. My idea was originally the Latino population, because I think there are certain cultural barriers that we need to address, involving meeting the families and discussing what's working for their home and what's working in their classrooms. And as we expand into different groups, that outreach changes, and it's still very valuable to have. And maybe it's a separate conversation. Is how I look at it.
I'm just sensitive to the amount of things on your plate. And recognizing if we ask you to do something, it takes away from something else that you're doing. So I want to make sure that we get what we need, but also that we're asking for something that you can provide without derailing, if it's not excessive in terms of the amount of work and if it's just, yeah, I'm not going out thinking the request. So I guess maybe my thought is, how can we tailor it or combine it with another analysis that you're doing to try to streamline it a bit?
Well, I'll just add, I'm not looking for concrete solutions. I'm just looking for more. We've looked into this problem. Here's what we found. Here are some ideas we're considering doing in the discussion around that. I'm not looking for, this is exactly why this happened and this is exactly how we're going to fix it. More, here's an update on, we've looked into this because the data showed there was an issue here. Here's what I think we might potentially do. So it's a broad conversation. I was not looking for 100% implementation. Here's a new program, new idea, or anything like that. Because I thought you said several great things tonight in terms of summer online learning and meeting with parents. So what I was looking for is just an update in terms of how that's going. That's why I thought 2 months would be fine. And then as well as here's what I learned from it and what I think we should do for the next school year, which would be in August and possibly something in the summer. So that is my board action item request.
Is there a way that we could roll it into something that is already being?
I think it's multiple things. So I think one, it's coming forward with summer learning. So I think you'll hear some of it there. I think some of it will come forward with new curriculum, but I also think there's other components that we can also bring it forward with. So
So I would love to hear, I mean, my idea is if we keep this as its own item, we can hear from, teachers, we can hear from families with this one specific item.
Will there ever be a board presentation on some of the professional development that has been taking place this year? If so, like some of that might be aligned in the presentation.
but I think that's a different thing than like trustee the voice asking for. So I want to respect, because I feel like what you're asking for keeps getting also changed too. So I also want to.
No, that's fine. That's the way this
Yeah.
works. Everyone's
Yeah.
allowed to put in their ingredient to the
Right.
what we're doing. But yeah, I maintain my same board question actually. And ask for a second and a third.
Right. I'm thinking like specifically like with regards to, so just timeline wise, honestly, I'm thinking to get it to a February meeting. To do a family night and get that feedback and then, so I'm also just trying to
Yeah,
think
that's very
timeline
true.
wise, honestly.
Please feel free
I
to
don't know if
push
there's,
back.
I'm gonna be honest. February break and winter break, that there's enough time to be able to prepare all of that and get it back to you in that time. To have it be.
No, to have it work, having a
To have
conversation.
it actually be
Yeah.
that. I think there's a lot of components that we can do as the district, but I want to be thoughtful also with our parents and guardians to be able to get that feedback and get it back to you. For instance, I know that the items for the January meeting are already due January 6th, right? So
So maybe March or April.
right, so I want to be thoughtful in that component. So I do think that timeline wise, February is gonna be a tight date to get back to you.
Okay.
But I'm
With
wondering
regards to that.
too, for Dan, I mean, your concern is that people are making plans pretty early on in the year. January is when we're hearing about the summer program anyway. Are the dates being shared in January, what they will be in the summer?
January dates will be shared, administration will be hired right away, that's when we typically hire our summer administration. And invites will go out right away in January to the families.
So we'll actually know the summer program dates
Right,
in June.
right. But feedback directly from parents beyond that, that's the one component. To be able to prepare the presentation is the one component that I think would be, I'm nervous about getting that for a presentation back to the board.
Sure. So what do you think would be a better timeline for my request?
For sure, March, we could try for February. I'm nervous about promising February,
Sure,
to be
March
honest,
is
with
fine.
everything going on. We can try for February, but that's not a problem. I mean, it's sort of that we.
March is fine. I can
Yeah.
change my request to March.
And what is the exact thing you're requesting?
With request to the math scores we saw for Latino Hispanic students today, grades 3 through 8, that were declining, and it was the only group that was declining in that subject, while their English in that same student body was increasing. Identify reasons why we think this happened by talking to families, staff, even students perhaps, and what we can do to improve it, which is specifically targeting that group. Because I just keep coming back to the same group because we maintain the data by different groups. So the reason for that to me, and please tell me if I'm wrong, is to notice when there is data going one direction with that group, ways to remedy it and narrowly target that approach to that group.
Right, and one of the questions that we also need to ask. One of the things to look at is that group the same group of students too over
Yeah.
time? So.
Yeah, that's part of the digging deeper,
Right.
the snapshot.
Right, exactly. Right. So we need to look at the cohorts.
So that would be my.
Just pass it around.
I used it. I did too. Could we say how large of a group it is compared to like the ELL and the disability typers that were also in the plan? Like, what are the numbers?
So we're gonna have to look, because again, it's a 3 age
Still,
group,
it's
I mean, so it's not even, I mean, district wide, we'd have to segregate it. And pull it apart, so I mean, I wouldn't be able to even give that to you tonight.
But I think each of those has a venue, right? We have the elephant, and the DLAC.
Right, we have CDAC, we have DLAC, we have elephant, but then we have multiple intersectionality there
Yeah,
too.
that's why.
So I mean, there's so many other components that we also think about.
I have in my notes the elephant of meeting in January.
That is the goal,
So-
correct?
So that.
So that would be a time where we could absolutely do it.
Could it be wrapped into a Jedi? Or maybe?
An elephant,
Or just
Or-
just the discussions.
the discussion, yeah. So elephant though is a parent group that meets at night.
I mean, talking about
but-
feedback.
Oh, yeah, I mean, absolutely.
I don't know if that would be easier.
Oh, instead of a board report, you mean? Yeah, I mean, absolutely, we could do that.
I need to.
Like if instead of, or like at a Jedi. That's what it was. So you would like it to go down.
Correct. That,
That's where we would put in such a high presentation. I think it's like- the Jedi said
To the board, right?
to the board.
Right, because you're doing those, you're doing a Jedi presentation almost every month, right?
Which one?
So this could be, would that be, would you be comfortable with that if this was the topic of the Jedi?
as long
So we're
as,
taking something.
sure,
away
you can put it under whatever,
Yeah.
I understand, yeah, whatever umbrella you want, as long as the substance of the conversation is what I requested.
Targeted towards that.
Yeah, that's fine. So that is my request. This is,
And I think that there are 3 people that are saying they would appreciate to hear that as long as it is in a way that is not taking time away from you, and it can be folded into a Jedi presentation and incorporate the elephant from January. Good for everyone? Okay, I'm going to move it along. Great, feel good about that?
I do,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
But
Fine, nope,
I-
nope, nope,
I do,
I
yeah,
see.
but I can tell the other side of the room is like, when's this guy gonna stop talking? More of a, I don't know what's called a housekeeping matter, but it seems to me we, in my time in the board, and please feel free to tell me if there's information I don't have. There's multiple construction projects in the air, and they're all been analyzed, at least for me, independently. And I see them more as in the aggregate, we need to look at these projects, and I'm specifically talking about the potential of a new district office, potential of a new kitchen, the potential to remodel this district office or the current kitchen, housing for staff, sale of excess land, and issuance of bonds. I don't actually see those all as independent projects. To me, it seems they need to be attacked in a certain order, because if the first one, it seems they're conditional on each other somewhat. And if certain ones, we as a board decide we're not going to do, such as housing, it means we don't really need a new district office. This building is fine the way it is. And it stops other things we're doing. And so it seems to me, instead of continuing to have these projects come independently, we need a meeting where those 4 specific things are addressed. And this is where we are on these current projects. What does the board want to do? And clearly explain to the board, if you don't do this one project, these other 2 or 3 don't happen. That changes our financial and construction outlook, because It's unclear to me why the housing one seems to be the biggest domino that needs to fall. If the board makes a decision on that, whether it's this current location we're sitting in or the BIS location, that changes dramatically what we do with this district office, if it ever moves to the BIS land, the new kitchen potentially, issuance of bonds and sell of excess land. In my time, those things have all been analyzed independently. And I think we need to have a board item where we discuss these issues all at once in what order the board wants to direct staff to do these projects. And if they're even feasible with our current funding, to determine if we're going to do them. Because if there are projects we're not going to do, we need to free up our staff to work on other matters rather than continue to work with outside consultants for projects that may not happen.
Okay, so are you asking for a study session then?
Sure.
That sounds like something owners.
Yeah.
And you are on that
I am
committee?
on that committee, yes.
So, I mean, you talk about that, and then usually there's our meetings where we talk about the budget allocation, when we're like prioritizing, it's not just now, what do we want to do, we keep prioritizing. And I think right now we've been following these threads that kind of suss them out a little more, and then we need to prioritize, which is kind of what we talked about in the last one meeting that we really.
I brought it,
So we are all following, these have been approved. They are, I know they're coming to you as one-offs, but they are not. They are all part of tranche one, which we are just finishing up, and it was approved by the board to do specific projects in specific orders. There's a whole timeline. We were going to bring back the budget allocation summary in January anyways, and then in lieu of, and with taking certain items off the thing. So we definitely can do it as a whole discussion.
That'd be great.
And so we will need to bring it to the owners meeting first to follow our process. And I do believe we have an owners meeting scheduled in January.
Correct.
So then we can bring it to the February board meeting. Because any recommendation changes to our presentation
That'd be
will need
great.
to be
Thank
made.
you.
Yep.
And so you don't actually need to put that last request on the board requested items because it's happening anyway.
Any other thoughts? Okay, I'm going to move us then to
Third one, I hope there are three.
Okay, I'm going. Public comments, 22 public comments related to closed session items.
There are none present, but
Okay. Then I will recess us to closed session. Do I need to?
No.
No. Okay. Do I need to timestamp that or anything? 8:32.
We're staying here.
I think we're going to the office.
Go ahead.
Okay, we're reconvening from closed session at 10:19, and I'm reporting out that the board voted 5-0 unanimously to approve the leave request for PE -2223-2. And in the matter of PE -2223-4, information was received and direction was given. Would anyone like to make a motion to close the meeting?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
To adjourn? Anyone else?
Second?
All those in favor?
All those in favor?